Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. check. 1, 2, check.
The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:30 a.m. President Kenneman, could you do the roll call, please?
Certainly. Student Trustee Garcia.
Present.
Trustee Stefan, and she will be absent today. She is attending the ACCT National Legislative Summit. Trustee Perez.
Here.
Trustee Wilson.
Here.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Here.
Trustee Yant.
Present. Trustee Wilson, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My honor. Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a two-thirds vote of the board, or if less than two-thirds of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action, and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any addition, corrections, or President Kenneman, are there?
I'm not aware, no.
No. Okay. Are there any additions, corrections, and deletions to the agenda for February 7th, 2020? Okay. The agenda stands confirmed as presented. Next to minutes, are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of January 17th, 2020? No. Appearing to be none, they stand as approved. Comments from the public? Persons who wish to speak to the board on any item not already on the agenda may do so at this time. There's a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. This time limit will be doubled for members of the public utilizing a translator to ensure the non-English speaker receives the same opportunity to directly address the board unless simultaneous translation equipment is used. Please understand the board welcomes your comments but are not able to respond. Okay, we've not received any. All right. The board will now recess to closed session. The board will reconvene open session at 10:45 a.m. So we have a report from closed session. The Board of Trustees in closed session took action to issue a final district decision regarding a complaint of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation pursuant to Title V, Section 59338, and Title IX, and to direct the complainant be notified of the final decision. The roll call vote was 4 voting yes, and 1 not present. Okay. Okay. President Kenneman, introduction of new employees.
Yes. At this time, I'd like to ask Vice President John Vermont to introduce his new employees.
Okay, I got to warm up a little bit because I've got a bit of a marathon here. I've got these 5 wonderful-looking young people here in the front row that are all with our public safety group, and so I'm going to dive right in. The first one is Rocio Lua. Rocio, if you would stand up, please. Rocio is our new dispatcher, which is a brand-new position for us to help us be more responsive, and so we're very excited about her position. Rocio was born and raised in Coachella Valley. After graduating high school, she attended UC California, Irvine, and she has a degree in criminology, law, and society. She's worked as a mental health rehab worker, a substitute teacher for CV Unified, and as a safety and security officer for JW Marriott at the Desert Springs Resort and Spa. Her passion includes reading novels, exploring cities, health and fitness, and spending time with family and dreaming big. She's a hardworking person committed to her job with a positive attitude and always willing to help others. And we are very thrilled to have you with us. Welcome. Our next one is Diego Juarez. Some of these folks I think you'll recognize because we've hired them as substitutes and have held other shifts and things like that. Diego was born and raised in Coachella Valley. He's always wanted to pursue a career in law enforcement where he can help youth as well as creating a safe environment for the community. He's been fortunate enough to be given the opportunity to work here at College of the Desert to become a public safety officer and fulfill those career goals. His academic background includes modules 3 and 2 at the Public Safety Academy. Here in College of the Desert is where he will continue to pursue his education to become a well-rounded officer and to help educate others. In his spare time, he enjoys being with his family and out in the desert off-roading. Okay, our next one is Reed Probst. Reed grew up in Oklahoma and moved to Coachella Valley in 2014. He graduated from Xavier College Prep High School in Palm Desert, and he has his emergency medical response certificate from College of the Desert. He looks forward to encouraging and assisting students to be successful in their journey here at COD. He enjoys hiking the local trails and spending time with his family and weightlifting, and he's excited to be a part of this public safety department. The next one is Dario Waregi, and I hope I didn't tear that one apart. He was also born and raised here. He's received his bachelor's in criminal justice from Westwood College. He likes to stay physically fit and mentally sharp by obtaining new skills and enjoys helping students and going the extra mile to ensure everyone's safety so that they can focus on their education. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Shane Cunningham. Shane, also born and raised in the Coachella Valley, and he has a bachelor's in criminal justice from San Bernardino State. And he's determined to keep gaining as much education as he can. He likes to play and walk with his dog and participate in a variety of sports, video games, and spending time with his family. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. Would you like to take pictures? You mind coming up?
One, two, three. Again. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome again, Shane.
that complete the new employees?
It does, yes.
All right. Public updates, President Kenneman.
Yes, thank you. I would like to introduce Valerie Calderon, athletic trainer, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for National Athletic Training Month.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Morning.
I apologize in advance on behalf of the Sports Medicine Center. We will have to leave after the proclamation to attend to our student athletes that are participating in athletic events today, so I apologize in advance. I would like to introduce our second semester pre-professional students from our sports medicine program who will read the proclamation for National Athletic Training Month, Richard Armada.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Richard Armada, and once again, I'm reading the proclamation for National Athletic Training Month. Whereas athletic trainers have a long history of providing quality health care for athletes and those engaged in physical activity based on specific tasks, knowledge, and skills acquired through their nationally regulated educational processes, and whereas athletic trainers provide prevention of injuries, recognition, evaluation, and aggressive treatment, rehabilitation, healthcare administration, education and guidance, compassionate care for all, and whereas the National Athletic Trainers Association represents and supports 44,000 members of the athletic training profession employed in the following settings: professional sports, college and universities, high schools, clinics and hospitals, corporate and industrial settings, performing arts, military branches, and whereas leading organizations concerned with athletic training and healthcare have joined together in a common desire to raise public awareness of the importance of athletic training and to emphasize the importance of quality healthcare within the aforementioned settings. Whereas such an effort will improve healthcare for athletes and those engaged in physical activity and promote athletic trainers as health professionals. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District, at its board meeting of February 7th, 2020, designate the month of March as National Athletic Training Month. The Board of Trustees urges everyone to learn more about the importance of athletic training. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages the observance of National Athletic Training Month throughout the entire community college district. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we got a whole group here. We've got a whole group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, right here, guys. 1, 2, 3, again. 1, 2, one last one. 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Carlos Maldonado, Director of Student Life, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for Women's History Month.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Kinnaman, Executive Cabinet, and esteemed guests. It is my honor today to introduce this morning's reader of the Desert Community College District's Women's History Month proclamation. Reading the proclamation for us today is Larissa Chavez Chaidez. Larissa is a resident of the city of Coachella. She's in her final year as a student at College of the Desert. She serves as the Vice President of the Associated Students of College of the Desert. She is a President's Student Ambassador and a student employee in the Office of the President. Larissa is a communications major and is looking forward to transferring to California State University at San Bernardino. Please help me welcome Larissa Chavez Chaidez to the dais to read the Desert Community College District's Women's History Month proclamation for your consideration.
Hello, good morning. I'm very honored to be here and have the opportunity to read the Women's History Month proclamation. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation, whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing the own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at its board meeting of February 7, 2020, designate March as Women History Month. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Women's History Month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're doing a photo? Yes. This should be a larger group.
Thank you. That concludes my public updates.
Okay. All right, now we go to comments from the public. Persons who wish to speak to the board on any item may do so at this time. There's a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic, unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed, and you'll be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. Please understand the board welcomes your comments but are not able to respond. We have received no requests. So let's go to reports, beginning with Associated Students. Do we have someone from Associated Students? We do. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Board of Trustees,
Morning.
Dr. Kinnaman, Vice Presidents. I want to start off by apologizing for not being here last month. I did get my wisdom teeth pulled out the last meeting, so I was at home resting. I wanted to say we do have a few things coming up. We just did have our Club Rush on Tuesday and Wednesday, February 4th and 5th, where we had clubs come out, kind of present themselves to students. We also gave away food, so we had tacos on Wednesday, and we had like nachos and like little snacks the first day. We're also hosting a movie night on Thursday, February 13th, for students and like students that have families and bring their kids out. It's going to be Spider-Man Far From Home. It's at Ranchers Park, which is by Applied Science. The movie starts at 6, and we will have snacks and pizza. We're also planning a Club Rush at the East Valley Indio campus, Tuesday, February 25th. We're really trying to be more present at other campuses. I hope that we will begin planning more events because I know students at other campuses want more of a participation from us, so we're starting to kind of plan more things out. And I hope that it'll bring more students to participate on campus and get more excited about being at COD. And I think that's it for my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we welcome you and understand what you went through. A welcome face, Dr. Anderson. We didn't have the opportunity to welcome you formally last month, so we definitely want to welcome you.
Well, thank you very much. It's good to be here. So, good morning, President Yount and board members and President Kinnaman and Cabinet. Nice to be here. My name's Christine Anderson, and I'm a COD Foundation board member that's kind of been drafted into part-time interim executive director for a few months, and I'm really enjoying it. It's an amazing organization. We have a good relationship with the college. The staff is very hardworking and dedicated, so it's really been a joy. I just have a few comments today. The first one is really to thank Trustee Aurora Wilson for her years on the foundation board. She was a real consistent voice of connection to the college. It was really important role she played for other board members to hear. Often the board members in our foundation, they don't really have the college experience. They don't see children, they don't see young adults, excuse me, and the staff really. And so it's such an important role to play. So thank you, Aurora, very, very much. And I also want to welcome Ruben Perez, who is going to join us, already has been to 2 executive committee meetings and a foundation board meeting, and I appreciate it. And I know he's going to contribute a lot to the board in understanding, I think, a younger person's perspective will be lovely to have. So I also want to say congratulations to President Kinnaman on the State of the College. I thought it was amazing, really well crafted, a great opportunity to showcase the work that the college does, and a lot of the foundation board came. So I just thought it was an amazing event. Congratulations. And finally, our big event, I look forward to coming back over the next couple months while I'm still here to talk about some of the things the foundation's doing. But I can't pass up the opportunity to say our next big event is Stepping Out for COD. It's on March 28th at the McCallum. We're very excited to have entertainer and star of television show Glee and Broadway Tony nominee Matthew Morrison, who's going to entertain us all. I'm inviting you all to come. I'd really love to see you. It's a great opportunity to really celebrate College of the Desert and at the same time contribute to the Fund for Student Success, and that fund supports college scholarships and program support for departments here at the college. So please come. We look forward to having you, and I think that's it today for my report. Thank you very much.
Dr. Anderson, we appreciate the professionalism you bring to this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
California School Employees Association, we have a written report that's been emailed to the board, and
Right here.
and a live person.
Yes, good morning. Orientation. We are working with Human Resources for scheduling district-wide orientation sessions. This will be for all staff, whether they are new or not. The district and CSEA will be presenting these orientations. This orientation is important for all staff so they can understand the benefits they receive as well as learn how processes work from the district. Caring Campus. Classified staff are actively participating in the Guided Pathway Initiative. We recently attended a classified ambassadors meeting at Riverside Community College. During our visit, we learned about Caring Campus. Caring Campus ensures classified staff are deeply involved in student success. Because it is beyond but complementary to the traditional staff development model, it involves deep coaching of professional staff. This means working with every student service and operations department that engages with students, directly or indirectly, at every point in the student's experience from connection to completion. Every department identifies successful strategies and makes a series of behavior commitments around how they interact and engage with students. We are excited about this new program and look forward to continuing our work with Vice President Baker, who has been instrumental in our efforts. Upcoming negotiations. How much time do I have? Oh, I got a lot of time. CSEA and the district are preparing to negotiate this year's articles. You will see our initial proposals next month. We are looking forward to this year's negotiations. Both the districts and CSEA teams have changed, and we are excited to have Dr. Neary and other district leaders at the table again. We look forward to making as much progress as we did the last time Dr. Neary was at the table. We are where we negotiated the entire contract within 5 sessions within about a month and a half. Wow. In conclusion, I would like to invite you to our chapter meetings. All of the board and executive cabinet have an open invitation to come and meet with us during our first part of our meeting. We would love to hear from each of you, even if it's just for a few minutes. In fact, Vice President Baker is coming back to visit us, and I'm sure he would enjoy having some company. It is very, very important that classified staff know that you support us and support our efforts. Thank you very much.
Say again, please.
Mike, when are those meetings? When are the chapter meetings?
I don't know. When's our next chapter meeting? See, I don't know. I will find out for you.
Sure.
Judy, maybe you could let us all know.
Okay. Yeah, of all people that should adhere to the time limit, you did. Thank you.
There's a lot of pressure.
College of the Desert Adjunct Faculty Association, Mike Lettich.
I don't believe it. Applause before I even say anything. Oh, Mr. President, honored board members, and President Kinnaman, the last time you saw me was 2 years ago, and I was the one that introduced parity as the issue for CODA. And so this time, it's even worse. I was supposed to have a prepared report like that beautiful, I love this idea, show it, oh my gosh, look at the size of this thing. What happens with, I'm terrified, I have to tell you, I am terrified. These things scare me. And when you're scared, what happens to your eyesight is the epinephrine and the cortisol in your body make you extremely farsighted. So this was really a smart thing to do, to make a page with giant print on it. And we will now find out what happens when you don't have a report to read, because last time I did it, the report was written, and I was asked to read it. So when I got this email saying, would you deliver the report? I thought, oh, well, I'm nervous, but of course I could do that. So I wrote back and said I would. Well, very late in the game, I get this email, I think it was yesterday, saying you can send your written report to Julia, and she will distribute it to the members of the board. Well, at that point, there was no written report, and I'm afraid there isn't. But I'm talking like this so I can make those numbers go down on the screen. Here we go. There's 2 things that I would like to mention. First of all, I want to thank the board for your approval of a program that was reactivated, which got started with the approval of Vice President Baker for the idea last spring, and then Vice President Neary encouraged it. It took 2 deans. It took Joji Magbahat and Roxanne, and also John Learned of the Curriculum Committee, and we have reactivated the degree in mass communication, the AA degree in mass communication, for transfer. And with the help of I'm blanking, the person that does transfers. Huh? Maria Hasso. With the help of Maria Hasso, who laid the foundation for this, creating articulation agreements we now have a clear pathway for mass communication students to go to UC Riverside and take advantage of the so thank you to the board for doing this. It really does take a village to make a program. This is one thing I'm learning. You can't do this by yourself. You have to have help. The second thing I would like to do is let you know something that happened during Flex. It was a very successful Flex for adjuncts. I would think it's safe to say that there were more adjuncts attending this professional development events this year than ever before, with very positive feedback from everybody. The amazing thing that happened was that at the adjunct presentations, Vice President Ramont came and welcomed the adjuncts. This is very unusual from past history. And then Dr. Neary came and addressed and welcomed the adjuncts very warmly. And this was, oh dear, that means something. Oh, it means I have 56 seconds. Okay. And they this was noticed. And I think it is indicative of a paradigm shift that I've noticed over the last 20 years that I've been here, that adjuncts faculty are now being recognized and honored and provided for and welcomed and made to feel that they belong and can contribute. So I want to just, on behalf of CODA, thank the vice presidents for this. And also I want to thank Vice President Baker for, as the lead for the negotiating team. We are looking forward. We're very pleased that we now have a wonderful outline of and schedule of everything we're doing. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. College of the Desert Faculty Association. We have a written report, and do we have?
I was distracted by Mr. Gladich's bag.
And a live person.
Well, I'll let you decide if I'm live or not.
Okay.
I just want to say welcome back for a new semester and the start of a new decade. Faculty and students are back in full swing, and it was great to see students being helped again by those at the welcome tents around campus. Some updates from faculty development. Donna Green, Chair of Faculty Development, put on another well-organized Flex event over 2 days in January. Many faculty were recognized by Dr. Kinnaman for their extended service to the college, and I know the generous gift cards were appreciated by all. In addition, the Vision Resource Center is now live, and as the platform is further developed, it will allow all college employees to better meet their professional development goals and will allow the college to better maximize the hours faculty and staff put in that can be compensated from the state. And the link is in your report for how to access that site. The curriculum committee, John Leonard is the chair. They continue to review courses and programs, and they're focusing largely on reviewing those with modifications rather than new offerings. Oceana Collins, with Educational Policies and Practices, is looking at trying to improve faculty access to accessible syllabi, and 2 companies that provide syllabus templates and storage will be presenting demonstrations later this spring to those interested. As more expectations are placed on faculty to produce 100% compliant syllabus, it will be important for the college to support tools that will help us complete this work and provide the best materials for our students. Ed Reed, Outcomes and Assessment. A huge shout out to Ed Reed and our SLO coordinators, Sarah Fry, Corbin Voyu, and Jen Ann Dunning. As of this writing last week, 93% of our courses have been assessed, but I believe it's now at 95%, which is up about 30% from this time last year. We are approaching our goal of 100% in order to meet our accreditation compliance requirement. As we draw close to this goal, the SLO coordinators are beginning to look ahead at how we can work to improve our assessment process so that it is more meaningful for faculty as a way to improve student success. In addition, OAC is coming up with some innovative ways to celebrate assessment at COD, and there was great attendance at the annual program showcase event during Flex, where faculty and administrators were able to learn more about the programs we offer here at the college. Pam Stegeman and Educational Technology Technologies and Distance Education are working with curriculum on updating AP 4105 in order to ensure compliance with updated Title V regulations regarding distance education courses, specifically to ensure the online modality is part of the curriculum approval process, that online courses can achieve the course outcomes, that faculty are ensuring regular and effective contact with their students, and that courses or sections of courses offered online meet accessibility requirements. The Online Education Initiative has discontinued its relation with Proctorio, the test proctoring service embedded within Canvas, and EdTech is beginning to look at options that can provide secure and authentic testing options for online courses. Adjunct updates are Tel Garcia. Adjunct faculty offered many flex sessions, including sessions on meaningful assessment, empowering women, open educational resources, adjunct orientation essentials, the uses of 3D printing in teaching, and tours of the beautifully renovated Hill Library. Many thanks to our many adjuncts who continually step up to provide COD students a strong education and are committed members of the COD college community. Thank you.
Thank you. Academic Senate? Oh. Yeah. We went out of order.
I'm speaking for the association.
Yes, we went out of order.
Okay. We're out of order. I was a little late in distributing the, you can pass, I think there's 8 of those.
Okay.
Good morning. I have here Dear Chairman Yant, but I'm hearing President. So I always think Chairman of the Board.
Whatever feels comfortable.
Okay.
2 presidents, huh?
Trustees, faculty, management, staff, and members of the community. 2 weeks into the term, and I'm hearing from many faculty how fully engaged their students are, challenged as never before to attain the knowledge and skills needed to thrive in this dawning of the third age of the new millennium. The renovated Hill Library Task Facility is truly awesome. I remember when Stephen Simonson and Ty Thomas had offices on the 2nd floor there. Yeah, we were amazed by this stunning renewal of the environment for teaching and learning. Great. The Faculty Association is currently engaged in active negotiations, and the process is proceeding apace. We had negotiations a couple of weeks ago, and again on Monday. I'm thinking the classified group can be in competition with Dr. Neary. You were 5 weeks, so Dr. Zukovich, I think, yeah. Our team has devoted significant time becoming fully acquainted with the structures of compensation and working conditions of the current collective bargaining agreement, the placement of our members on the salary schedule, the health and welfare options, and other working conditions to conduct fruitful negotiations with the district's team. We are seeking increases above COLA, improvements to the salary schedule, overload rate, health and welfare, 403B matching contributions, faculty education, dependent tuition reimbursement, and stipends for additional work to reflect our contribution to creating growth. Consider the Chancellor's report on our ranking as 20th in average salary. This is now a couple of years old, but it's I think, indicative of where we are. And it also sort of gives the distribution, which is kind of interesting. Our full-time faculty ranks have grown from 129 to 139, about 8%, while the projected combined general faculty, that's in the last year, I believe, or since the last 2 years, while the projected combined general fund revenue is projected to grow by about 24% from then into next year. That's over a 2-year period, I guess, according to the information I have from Vice President Ramon. So the association believes we can do much better, that we should strive to be the flagship among California community colleges with the appropriate compensation for realizing that. By contrast, COD was ranked 8th in the top 20 for the Chief Executive Office compensation, as shown here. Many of our veteran faculty who have given so much to this college are now looking for an early retirement incentive. The association is working to present a cost-benefit analysis to make this attractive. In the early days of the spring semester still, and you can feel the buzz of excitement for teaching and learning revving up. I don't have specifics from other areas to report yet, but I look forward to doing that in future reports. For my own part, I can report the computer science students are taking a cue from Professor El Shafi's NASA project to simulate the dynamics of a three-body problem where initial positions and velocities of planets are specified, and the system evolves from there following Newton's second law and his universal law of gravitation. To be sure, there is no disputing, there is no refuting. We're all indebted to Sir Isaac Newton, with an honorable mention to Leibniz. Okay, I'm done early. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Back on schedule.
Nice wrap.
Governing Board, Student Trustee Garcia.
Just a few things. I started school. I have 5 classes. I visited the Help Center, and I've already logged in hours at the downstairs language center that they have for the tutors who teach other languages. I just want to shout out to our Vice President Larissa and her events committee for students for ASCOD, because they are constantly working and coming up with events to put on at the school. We just had Club Rush this week, and then, they're organizing movie night. And besides those events, we still, she always comes up with future projects to put on, and they're always working. So I do want to give them some recognition as well. And the next other Mondays, I talked to Susan Francis, who I met up with again at the State of the College, and she created this board for her girls who are learning about governance, and so I will pay a visit to them one of these Mondays and hopefully talk to them about student government and other programs that are offered at College of the Desert as well. So I'm excited for that, and that is it.
All right, thank you. That sounds like an interesting program.
Yeah, the Ophelia.
Trustee Perez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the foundation and Peggy Cravens for helping us put on the State of the College a couple weeks ago. President Kinnaman, you did a great job. It was a beautiful event, and a lot of exciting things happening at the college, and it's always great to hear from our students. The reason why we do this. Thank you to all who helped the logistics and put it together, staff, students, and volunteers. Thank you to all the members of the community that were able to join us, and I hope that you were all able to check out the new Hill, a facility that we're going to use for years to come, and that's really exciting. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for appointing me to be the liaison for the foundation for the year. We've had a few meetings this year, and we just had one a couple days ago, and some reportable action that happened was we are going to renew our contract, if you will, with Digicom, and we're looking forward to that, and we're very excited. And I also had the opportunity to attend the legislative conference in Sacramento, where we had different workshops, and I was able to go visit different offices and advocate for our college, and we'll be having some more discussions on that in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson?
Thank you. I'd like to concur with Trustee Perez's comments with regard to the State of the College. Excellent job done by everyone. That is always a lot of work and takes a lot of cooperation and a lot of time. So thank you, everyone, for all the outstanding work that was done to make that event such a success. My report this month isn't about meetings so much, but it's about a request. Last month, proclamations were presented in recognition for Career and Technical Education Month and for Black History Month. Well, last month was also Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Riverside County Department of Public Social Services recognized this by sponsoring a traveling exhibit called the Apathy Effect Exhibit at La Sierra University. In 2019, DPSS Children's Services Division handled nearly 200 traffic victims or youths exposed to human trafficking risks. Almost 3/4 of the cases involved females 16 to 21 years old in the foster care system. As you may know, I serve on several community nonprofit boards. One is the JFK Memorial Foundation, which is the home to the Ophelia Project. a mentor program that works with girls from all 3 school districts from middle school to high school. Given the Coachella Valley's proximity to the I-10 corridor and the border, human trafficking is a local concern. College students, teenagers, and kids need the tools to spot and fight human trafficking. This exhibit provided just that. It featured freestanding panels with photographs, evidentiary items, and other short videos capturing real-life stories of children and young adults victimized by human trafficking. I attended this Apathy Effect exhibit along with the JFK Foundation CEO, and we have since met with County DPSS administration. The county will assist the JFK Foundation with the cost of holding the exhibit, but we need a location. And I would like to propose that College of the Desert, Palm Desert Campus, Craven Student Services Center serve as the location for this 1 to 2 day exhibit. Other service providers would be invited, including Shelter from the Storm, as well as Ophelia Girls, students, and families. There would be presentations done with discussions. I will formally submit this request, Mr. Chair, and hope that COD will join me in supporting and partnering with the county JFK Foundation to put the spotlight on human trafficking and help empower our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
So, welcome back to the news. I just want to welcome back all the students and faculty to a new semester and a new decade. It was great to see all our veteran teachers, 5 to get all these awards, working here at our college, 5, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. So it was wonderful. Really enjoyed hearing your speech. I think it hit home, and I just want to give a big thank you for our staff who continue to work each and every day for our college. I remember when I taught here at the college in 1998, the HILB, it was wonderful to get a tour. I was in it's so beautiful to see this HILB being transformed when it was so different. And so it's now going to be easier for teachers and classified to serve our students. So I was very, very excited to see that renovation. And I really want to thank Peggy Craven and all the corporate sponsors that made our State of the College so wonderful and make this possible. And of course, the Hilbs. Jeanne Hilb, it was wonderful to see her daughter there. Just wonderful people that through their visionary, we have this beautiful campus and we've served so many people. So it was wonderful to see how we've transformed and keep the spirit of the Hilb Center still in that wonderful architect wonder that we have. Attended the California League of Conferences as your state trustee, representing all the 115 community colleges. We were briefed on the new laws. The report shall be going to Julia. There's going to be a Proposition 13 on your ballot on the facilities bond. They've updated us on a lot of the update on the higher education budget. We hope to hear that. I believe we're going to have an update on the budget for our California community colleges. And also we got a federal update on the higher education bills that are going to be coming forth. So it was after the conference of the state trustees, attended the California Community League Conference and renewed my ethics training that as your electeds, we go through an ethics training. So just finished that ethics training. And it was wonderful to meet other trustees and other professionals as higher advocates and learn from each other. Something that I learned, instead of going into everything I attended and I really, really want to talk about something that I learned. A lot of our students are still, when they apply to financial aid, they have to also apply to EOP, and they also have to apply to DSPS, and they also have to apply for all the different programs. What we're trying to do at the college is to just put it in one, so it's so much easier for students. So you don't, it's all encompassing. And so we're working on that at the College of the Desert, because a lot of my students would come to me, it's like, I didn't know about the EOPS application. I didn't know that. So I'm very, very happy to hear that we are streamlining and we're making it accessible, and we have less barriers for our students to apply for all these different programs that are available for you. So, and most of all, wanted to thank my my fellow Indio Women's Club members. They came out. I really want to thank Jessica Enders. Thank you for making that beautiful presentation, and the foundation team who led that College of the Desert tour. They really appreciated it. I went to our luncheon yesterday, and they said they loved the tour and want to come back. So that speaks a lot about our College of the Desert. Thank you so much. And I will send my report of the other meetings I attended throughout the Coachella Valley. This ends my report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. As others have said, I want to echo the comments about State of the College presentation, and thanks for the people who put a great deal of effort to make that happen. That was a great deal of work, and it really showed the campus in a very good light. But most impressive was the opening of the Hill Center. Libraries should be the heart of the campus, of any campus. Even today, people don't think of libraries as what they are today. They are much more than books. They are literally the heart and soul of a campus, and it's so good to see the Hill building restored to the center prominence it had, and it should bring students and community and faculty back together. So that's something that's really important, and I think we all appreciate that. On a completely different subject, on January 31st, Narco campus, interestingly, graduated 22 students at California Rehabilitation Center. And it was quite interesting to see that, and I learned that 27 community colleges in the state have 6,700 students enrolled from prison populations. It's a significant contribution to the state. And the interesting takeaway from that was this line, which I think has meaning for all of us, and it was that every person has two lives. The second life begins when we realize that we only have one. That was, I think, a very interesting comment that wrapped up that whole presentation. And that's my report for the day. Thank you. Let's move to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Is there discussion? In the absence of discussion, Student Trustee Garcia, may we have your vote?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. So no items from the consent agenda were pulled. So we move to the action agenda. Let me check our time. Yeah, we have time. So we have post-sabbatical leave report. Okay. We have Monica Camargo. Yes. Thank you, Monica.
Oh, thank you for
And
having
let
me.
me start by saying with our agenda, do we have a motion to approve the post-sabbatical leave report for Monica Harmongo, Professor of Nursing, as presented?
Second.
Second. Discussion. Let's have then the opportunity for Professor Camargo to come to present her post-sabbatical leave report. Now we're officially ready for you.
Thank you, thank you. I consider this a supplement to the actual report that I submitted to our sabbatical committee, and I do thank the college for this wonderful opportunity that they give faculty. This year I set out to finish my master's degree, which has been a long goal of mine, and I was able to do it. I did over 130 hours of student teaching, and I focused mainly on how to include and improve my use of technology in the classroom. Because I have been teaching here for 20 years, and I thought, what can I really help my students with? So I completed it with a 4.0, and I'm very proud of that fact, and I was inducted, thank you, I was inducted into the International Honor Society for Nurse Educators, and that's a privilege that I take seriously, and it does give me access to other wonderful nurses and a lot of academic journals, so I appreciate that opportunity. When I did my thesis, which is part of the post-sabbatical report, I looked at the topic of incivility in nursing. And I looked at how nursing instructors can address this issue and really stop a cycle of violence that not too many people want to discuss in nursing. And I looked specifically at podcasting. I have a fear of technology, and what my tenure time and my sabbatical time allowed me to do is look at Generation X students do have a fear of technology. We are a generation that is more hesitant to use it than baby boomers. And when we want technology, we want it fast, we want it easy, and we don't want to spend much time learning it. So I focused on 2 areas of technology. I did podcasting and videoing. I found that video editing is well beyond my scope of understanding, my level of patience and tolerance. What I did realize is that I can do and sit and do a podcast, and podcast technology has been proven through research and supported as a valuable tool for students because they can access it at any time, anywhere, and as an educator, I can easily do it, so it suits my Generation X mentality. I look forward to bringing this forward to my students. I am used College of the Desert a lot in my thesis because we actually offer a lot of support for faculty. And I am honored to be a member of a college community that supports faculty, supports our continued education, and supports the process of sabbatical. So I do thank you all.
Interesting.
Thank you. Excellent.
Comments, discussion, questions? All right, then, we ready for a vote, or do you have a
Very good.
Let's do an official vote, stay. Let's do the official vote, then. We have the motion to approve the post-sabbatical leave report. Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Carried unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, hi.
I was looking at the time and didn't know where it's coming from, yes.
Back to item 10.1, reports. The governing board gave their reports, but the superintendent president was not asked about the report.
Oh, yes, you're correct. Did you have items?
They're very brief.
Or let's do them right now. then.
Okay.
Our apologies, sir.
No, thank you, thanks. Like everyone, I want to thank you for attending the State of the College and being representatives as trustees, and appreciate you thanking the staff because they really they spend weeks and weeks in preparation and trying to pull that together, and you're always wondering right down to the wire if it's going to happen, and so I appreciate everything that all of our staff did to pull that together. So we just returned from the Bellwether finalist, and we were one of 10 finalists nationally for planning, governance, and finance. And we didn't bring back the prize, but we brought back still being one of 10 in the nation in that category.
Yay.
So we passed that around.
That's
And in addition, College of the Desert's Automotive Technology Program was the National Coalition of Certification Centers Schools on the Rise recipients.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
So they were being recognized. And then the third item was our nursing program has been deemed eligible to participate in the candidacy process for the national accreditation through the Accreditation Commission for Education in Nursing. And that concludes my report.
That's
Yeah.
very good. All good
Thank you for
things.
Thank you.
getting me corrected on that.
Thank
So we do move to item 18.01, tenure review. Do I have a motion to approve the tenure review as presented?
So move.
Second? President Kinnaman, do you have comments on?
I do. I mean, look, we've got so many tenured faculty that are in their fourth year and being granted tenure, and it's quite an accomplishment working with their tenure committees as they spend time with us. We know that when we bring faculty in that we want them to be successful through this process, and it's a good process where faculty can mentor one another as well. And so we've got several in their second and third year, and then of course the majority of these wonderful new faculty that are tenured that you're considering today.
From my career in education, I've always been told that the tenure decision is the most important decision faculty and administration make. Any decision in higher education. So while this seems to be just another item on the agenda, it is by far perhaps the most important, not only to the college, but to the individuals involved.
Right.
So, any discussion before we vote? Okay. Voting, student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously, and congratulations to all of those folks.
Congratulations on all the tenure.
Item 19.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve the budget revisions as submitted?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Discussion, President Kenneman?
Yes, Vice President Ramont, would you like to address this?
So the budget revisions, the main item on this is that last quarter, this board approved the agreements for CSEA and the adjunct faculty. So it's kind of a long, slow process, but this is the tail end of it where we adjust the budget to reflect those changes in the bargaining agreements. And that's the main thing there, and the rest of it are mainly just increases in our categorical programs, but that's it.
Any questions or discussion? Are we ready for the vote? Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 19.02, purchase orders and contracts for supplies, services, and construction. Do I have a motion to approve the purchase orders and contracts for supplies, services, and construction as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion, President Kenneman?
Yes. I have a discussion.
Yes. I just wanted to point out one of the purchase orders you'll see there that's for the College of the Desert bookstore vouchers for
Yes.
pledge students. You know, a thank you to the College of the Desert Foundation for providing resources so that we're able to provide our pledge students with these vouchers.
And let's make the amount.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
$107,600.
Yes, there you go. Thank
Yeah, it's
you.
a big number,
It's
isn't
a
it?
big number.
That's a huge number. Discussion.
And that's certainly appropriate for pledge students, so thank you. Trustee Fulton?
So I so agree. The pledge books are very expensive for students. So this amount of $107,000 is a lot. This helps a lot of our students when you need to, that's the complaint that I get still, is the cost of the books. So this was a great help, and I would love to see more. Another item I'd like to discuss is making sure that our vendors are local, small business owners here in the Coachella Valley. It's very, very important that I see a lot of our warrants and our purchases outside of the Coachella Valley, but pops here, it's hard, and I would love to see more purchase orders in our books for local business owners. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other Discussion? Ready for the vote to approve item 1902, purchase orders and contracts for supplies, services, and construction. Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 19.03, 2020 to 2021, non-resident tuition and capital outlay student fees. Do I have a motion to approve the 2020-2021 non-resident tuition and capital outlay student fees as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, President Counterman?
Yes, Vice President Ramont, would you help walk us through this? Thank you.
It's my pleasure. We're required to set these rates every year, and each year when we do it, we work with especially the departments that are affected the most, like our international ed program, as well as even our athletics program, because a lot of our out-of-state students are in our athletics programs. And we want to make sure that we aren't overpricing ourselves out or doing anything like that. And there's a number of choices and calculations that you can do to come up with the rate. And we try to stay low. And right now, for this year, the statewide average is $290. And we're asking the board to approve $259 per unit for the non-resident tuition, which is an increase of $10 over last year, but to leave the capital outlay fee at $11 unchanged from last year. And that leaves the increase at a little under 4% from the prior year. And in speaking with Cody McCabe and Gary Plunkett and the like, we feel that we're very competitive with other districts around. For example, one of our big competitors, believe it or not, is South Orange District, and their rates this year are about $340 combined. So we're significantly under that, and you know, we want to present ourselves as a good value while making sure that we're covering our costs and providing good service.
Discussion?
Where is South Orange?
That's the Mission Viejo area.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Any other questions, discussion? And in terms of our neighboring districts, where do we stand?
You know, I didn't have a way to pull in because they haven't approved theirs yet. We're all doing it at the same time. They're all due to the Chancellor's office at March 30, or I mean, at the first day of March. From what I did see, our neighboring districts were still lower than most of them. So, yeah, I didn't see anybody. I think Chaffee was a little bit lower on one end and a little bit higher on the other. So, but we're pretty comparable with everybody. We are on the lower end of things.
Any other comments, questions? All right. Ready for the vote to approve the 2021 non-resident tuition and capital outlay student fees. Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. All right. Item 19.04, notice of intent to award contract for general contracting services for the old warehouse renovation project. I love that title. Do we have a motion to approve the notice of intent to award the contract for general contracting services for the old warehouse renovation project as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? President Counterman?
Yes, Vice President Ramont, would you walk us through this one too?
Sure.
Thank you.
This one isn't as sexy as the Hill to a lot of people, but it's an old tin building that has been in poor use and poor repair and, you know, generally filthy and everything like that. The renovation does a number of things. It improves our storage for our custodial staff. It provides a secure record storage area that is clean and controlled, which we've not had that before. It also provides a staging and setup area for our IT department, as well as some expansion area for storage for Friends of the Library. So we're very excited about it.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions?
Just to add it to Friends of the Library, we're very grateful.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay, we scheduled to do the board self-evaluation instrument report, but the board will like to defer discussions of the self-evaluation summary until next month so that trustee Stefan can be involved. As you remember, she's absent from today's meeting, attended to the ACCT National Legislative Summit. So since she is out on trustee business, we'll defer discussion of self-evaluation until next month. President Kinnaman, would you like us to do future items or adjourn for?
I think we could probably, if you would like to do that.
Should we do future items now?
Sure.
Okay. So let's look at future agenda items. Student trustee Garcia.
No future items at this time.
All right. Trustee Perez.
None for me, thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
Not at this time, thank you.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Yes. Many you may know that as the chairman of the Second Chance Community College, these are for our incarcerated students at our community college. I would love for us to get an update on what are we, what we have in the pipeline on that. And I just wanted to know how we, since we have our current correctional officer trainings, and just what we're doing to address these issues, very important issues that all the California community colleges are addressing at this time. The second item, a very, very important item for our local businesses, is how to do business with schools and college. San Bernardino Valley College is going to be having a summit on how small businesses can do business with K through 12s and community colleges. I would love to see that our College of the Desert put on this type of summit, doing business with College of the Desert, and how does one navigate that process? Thank you so much, and this ends my future agenda item.
Thank you. I do have one, and that is, so this past week, the Riverside Press Enterprise has had an interesting story and an editorial. The story on January 29th by Dan Walters was on the four-year degree programs in community colleges. And then the January 31 editorial in the Press Enterprise called for an expanded programs of four-year community college degrees. So I would like to suggest to President Kinnaman that we have a extended information session on where that is, where we potentially are, and how that could potentially affect the unique population and characteristics of the Coachella Valley. So could we schedule that? What is the board's feeling? Should we make this a priority item, or?
Yes. Actually, the league, Chairman, the California Community College League has a pilot program. So I'm sure Dr. Kinnaman will, once they get the findings, he can report to us, but we would love to be part of that pilot. I think it would be wonderful that our college can be part of that process. Thank you.
So how much time to put something together for us to look at, do you think?
2 months.
Good.
Sorry, April meeting? Our April meeting is Student Services and Public Safety Program. And March is Strong Workforce.
So why don't we shoot for April and hope for March?
Okay, it would be logical in March, so that's why.
I know, it would be.
It would be,
Yes.
that's why I was
Yes.
asking.
You're right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. I was looking at people that were going to be helping me. And
Yeah, we're
that's
looking at
where
Dr.
I-
Neary.
Okay, perfect.
But it's just that March was designated as the Strong Workforce, it just seemed
Right, I think you're right.
logical. All right. What I would like us to do, because we are at the end of our agenda, and we will go to closed session, and of course we will convene after that, but as we may lose some people, I would like to do our recognition of some past, if everyone is all right with that.
Yes.
So January was a sad month for College of the Desert. It is with heavy heart that I share with you news of the passing of two of our colleagues. College of the Desert art instructor Ida Foreman passed away on December 16th. An adjunct since 1999, Ida was a respected, integral member of the department. She taught screen printing, printmaking, and a variety of art history courses over the last 20 years. As a professional artist, she was a prolific painter in encaustic painting, an historical paint medium using pigmented wax. She was also known for her talents with screen printing. Ida's work has been exhibited for many galleries and has appeared in several publications throughout the years. Creative and highly energetic, Ida was a valued colleague who exuded enthusiasm and interest in almost everyone she came in contact with. She truly brought out the best in her students as well as her fellow colleagues, and she will be greatly missed. Another member of the College of the Desert family, Vern Coslin, passed away in December after a long battle with cancer. An alumnus of College of the Desert, Vern was passionate about higher education and student success. Not only did he contribute a generous gift for student scholarships on behalf of himself and his late wife, Paula, he also served on the college's Citizens Oversight Committee and on the Foundation Board, where he served on the Finance and Investment Committee for many years. Prior to his retirement in 2007, Vern was the Executive Vice President and Director of Asset Management Affiliates for City National Bank, where he was responsible for managing the company's relationships with affiliated external investment management firms and other non-interest income-oriented products. A member of the first class of students to walk through the doors of College of the Desert in 1962, Vern never forgot the important role the college played in his life. He said that College of the Desert was there for him when he needed it most, and he showed his appreciation by being an ardent supporter of both the college and our students. His presence will be truly missed. So before we go into closed session, I would like to ask that we give a moment of silence in honor of these two individuals. Thank you. The board will now go into closed session and reconvene. President Kinman, what do you think?
1:30, is that?
1:30, reconvene. That will be a report on our closed session. And we have completed our scheduled agenda, so we stand adjourned. Thank you. At 1:35.